Happy New Year's. Dr. Maggot, thank you for subscribing. Hi, Josh. I'm gay. Well, you know, that's good for you. It's just like your thing, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Clean up this mess. I've got some more. I've got two more in case of, you know, special occasion. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. It's the first stream of the new year. Can you believe it? We're back again. So let me guess, you signed up for a gym and decided to become a clinical psychologist? First thing, I already have a gym membership that I neglect. And second thing, I'm not really interested in being a clinical practitioner. I'm having too much fun doing things on the internet. Growing up and being a responsible adult doesn't sound any fun. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe next year. You like the beads? Yeah, they came in my... I got a New Year party set for New Year's, and it came with some beads and these little hats and some poppers and Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome. I like positive psychology. I also like positive psychology. And since you're studying psychology, one thing that you might find interesting, because this is something I found interesting, is that we didn't even start studying the positive aspects of psychology until relatively recently. This only started happening about 30 years ago. It took almost 100 years of psychology before we're like, you know what? Maybe we should take a look at what happy people are doing right. Maybe we can learn from that instead of just hyperfixating on, you know, people who are hearing things. Shout out to the 2 people watching me on YouTube. Shout out to the 2 people watching me on YouTube. Wait, you lost a nail today? We must remember the fallen. We've got a presentation today. I'm dusting off an old one. This is the New Year's resolutions slideshow I put together back when I was young and wild and free. This is from last year. This is last year's presentation. I'm just gonna reuse it because it's not a bad presentation. It could use some tweaks and updates, but it's not a bad presentation. It's got graphs. My New Year's resolution is to lose a shit ton of weight. What your New Year's resolution should be, and I'm gonna be doing this all day. If you want to give me your New Year's resolution, I will fix it for you. And this may make me sound like I'm very full of myself, but I'm actually pretty good at reframing things. I'm actually pretty good at helping people set goals. It's one of the things that I really pride myself in my ability to do. So I would be more than happy to tune up your resolutions for you if you just send them my way. If your resolution is to lose weight, any amount of weight, start with something reasonable. What's a reasonable amount of weight that would say, you know what, I'm making progress in reaching my bigger goal? What's a reasonable amount of weight? If you want to lose 15, let's start with 5. I want to lose 5 pounds on my way to losing 15. But also, we want to take a look at what are the actual components of making that happen. If I'm going to lose 5 pounds, what do I need to do differently in order to lose that weight? Do I need to cut back on sugar? Do I need to get more exercise? Do I need to, switch up my meal routine? Because there are benefits to even just like eating the same stuff, but just like eating it within a more narrow window of time. Like even doing that can be really helpful. Instead of spacing it out so much, your body's able to like regulate that intake a bit better. Like if you're trying to lose weight, I would also recommend on focusing less on the number. Like, are you trying to fit into a certain size? Are you trying to feel more confident with your physical appearance? Focus on those aspects of that goal. Focus less on the number. Because in reality, that number is going to fluctuate a bit more than anybody would care for. Your body weight can fluctuate 10 pounds in either direction just based on how much water do you have in you, how much poop is in your butt. You know? It can fluctuate quite a bit depending on how much you're retaining. Left rights with the 5 gifted subs. Hype train. Had to mention poop. Oh yeah, gotta mention poop. You gotta mention poop. Some people will, you'll mention poop and they'll be like, ew, poop, and I'm like, okay, come on. Like, let's be grown-ups here. Everybody poops, alright? Don't have to hide it. Thank you for those 5 gifted subs. And just like that, we're on a hype train. Would you believe it? The first hype train of the year. Alright, another thing to take into consideration. If you are trying to lose weight, lift weights. Build up your muscle. If you build up your muscle, it'll increase your metabolism. And you'll shed more pounds by gaining some muscle. If you don't like cardio, that's fine. I don't like cardio either. I try to do a little bit just to get my heart rate up a little, but I don't like to run. I'm 6'5". I hate running. When you're tall, running sucks. Now, if you like to run, that's fine. I'm not gonna take that away from you because we've all gotta satisfy those urges, but never me. My anxiety channels into the fight side of the fight-flight instinct, and I think that how you approach exercise is also reflective of how you respond to your anxiety. Like, do I want to get stronger so that I can punch my way out of this? Or do I need to get faster so that I can scoot on out of here? Or both have options. See, now you're cooking, but I'm trying to get people started. Like, ultimately, that's where you want to get. Right now, we're working on building up a solid foundation. Calisthenics is the best all around. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with just your own body weight. Like, you can get absolutely shredded at home just using your own body weight. But yeah, doing both is ultimately the goal, but I'm trying to be reasonable with people. I'm working with people who might not have a high level of exercise tolerance, me included. I go to the gym and I'm there for 30 minutes to an hour, and I'm just like, all right, I feel like the maintenance has been done. I go to the gym just to do maintenance. I don't go to the gym to gain, but I'm gonna cycle into that in this year. In this year, I'm gonna put more emphasis on the gains in the gym. like a martial art. I would love a martial art. Let's just start a dojo. We'll start a dojo and come up with our own martial arts. You're allowed to do that, by the way. It's one of the secrets that Big Karate doesn't want you to know. Start your own dojo. Make your own belts. You want to start a dojo? You want to start practicing our kung fu? I'm in. Black belts wear black from all the sweat and blood from fighting. You know, you have all that discipline, but you don't have the... Can't clean your old nasty belt. Like, no. This belt's gotta get stanky. Be like that hillbilly ninja guy. Oh yeah. I think in my old age I want to start a dojo. Teach people how to meditate and how to karate chop. Need a new game to play? Have you tried Stardew Valley? That's the one I'm hooked on. And I've been playing a little bit of Marvel Rivals with my friends. Looks like I'd get bored quick. Well, that sounds like a you problem. The right will use the recent attack to deport more immigrants and Muslims. Cope and seethe lefties. Okay. I mean, the one that seems to be coping and seething would be you right now. Just coming in here, you know, unprovoked. Just looking to start something. It's New Year's Day. Got nobody to talk to. So you come in here, and you post that. Are you doing okay? It kind of sounds like you're coping and seething. If you want to talk about it, you know, let me know. We're here for you. Sure, bro, you're at 33 viewers with an upcoming Trump administration and a recent Muslim attack who you know will be talking point to do more mass deportations. Okay. Go on Mike, stream some more and gain 0 viewers. Okay. You sound kind of mad. Like, shouldn't you be celebrating right now? Like, is this a win for you? And this is how you celebrate? Just let it all out, man. Tell me what you're really mad about. What's really funny and something that I wish people had the self-awareness to realize was that if you're taking time out of your day to just go be hateful with somebody that you'll never meet, that's a very sad use of your time. It's a very sad use of your time. It's like, do you not have anybody that loves you that you could be talking to right now or spending time with? Do you not have any hobbies that actually, you know, improve the quality of your character? Or is this just who you are? Are you just committed to not being friends with anyone? You sound really mad. Dude, what's making you so mad? Like, you're trying to get me upset. You're trying to get me mad at you. And you're just being mean to me for no reason. I'm here and I'm trying to be friendly with you. But you're just really mad. Do you want to talk about why? Because I know it's not me. I haven't done anything to you. You don't know me. I'm just some random person. But you're taking time out of your day to just try to harass me. You know, I've got 50 people watching me right now on a holiday. You know, we're trying to bump those numbers. But I mean, here you are, you're one of them. Out of all the places you could be, you're here. So, thank you for being one of those people. Now, he wants me to feel bad about myself so that he can feel better about himself. It's very transparent, it's very clear. And I feel sorry for him. But I'm here to help him if he actually wants help. But if he just wants somebody to be mad at, like, go to the gym, dude. Go lift some weights, go hit a punching bag. I make less than minimum wage. Well, thankfully I have a sugar mama. So, you know. Skill issue. Anyways, I'm going to enjoy more. I don't think you are going to enjoy it because I don't think you know how to enjoy anything. I think you're really sad, really lonely, and really miserable, and you don't know how to find happiness. You try to find happiness in other people's suffering, but you're never going to fill that hole because you're an idiot. So anyway, have fun. See you later. If you want help, I'm open to it. You'll be back.
You'll be back. Anyway, you know how I normally don't tell you? You know how I say that comparing yourself to other people is a bad thing? Right now, it's okay to compare yourself to that guy. That guy's pretty fucking miserable. So if you're feeling bad about yourself, just remember, at least you're not that fucking guy. At least you're not the guy going like, I'm gonna go troll a mental health stream and tell them I'm glad that immigrants are getting deported. I'm like, good luck, brother. Good luck. You are in a dark place. Nice little shot of adrenaline. Normally I have to have so much restraint. Normally I really have to hold back, and I feel like I really did hold back, but like... I just want you to understand that as a trained psychologist, I have a tremendous capability to just rip people to shreds. I have to use that power for good. Alright? I can look at a person and get a pretty good idea of what their insecurities are. I have to use that power to help people. I took an oath. I have to use my powers for good. My insecurity is my slightly lower right eyebrow. You know what you gotta do? You gotta start doing this. Do some eyebrow workouts. I always get a kick out of people trying to shame me for my viewer count. Because here's the thing. Most people think that I give a shit, but if I had to deal with a chat that had thousands of people in it, I wouldn't be able to have the interaction with the chat that I do at the level that I'm at. Now, while I understand that growth is inevitable, because we're, just such a great place to be, people are gonna find out about it. I feel like there will be a time where I will look back and I will miss the days when I only had 20, 30 people. You know what I mean? Like, there will be a time where I miss that level of intimacy that comes with, having a small community. And don't get me wrong, we're still a relatively small community, but we've been growing a lot lately. We got a lot of new faces in here. We've had a lot of new people join in these past few months. I'm so glad that I'm not getting banned anymore. I feel like I've changed. And that change feels good, doesn't it? You know, changing in life is looking back at the way you were and asking yourself, what the hell was I thinking? It's looking back at yourself and just not even recognizing that person that you were. But in like a good way, you know? It's pretty good. It's hard to break past 25 or so consistent viewers I've found. 99% of streamers stream to like one person. Just having more than one viewer automatically puts you in the top like 10% of Twitch streamers. Yeah, I made Twitch partner, by the way. It's no easy feat. Like to stream, but I'm too sensitive. Or are chatters too mean? I don't feel like your sensitivity is your problem. I feel like your sensitivity is your strength. Like, why is the sensitivity the problem, and why is not the abrasiveness the problem? What does Twitch partner mean? Twitch partner, I've got the check mark now. So you got that little check mark by my name. I'm official. Means I get a better pay cut. It means I can get recommended to be on the front page. It means I get boosted. Did that happen just a few days ago? I wrote it down in my journal. It happened. The 20th. I can finally make it into the partner lounge at TwitchCon. As a Twitch streamer, can you control the amount of views you get every live stream? No. That's completely up to people wanting to watch you. Or if you get raided, you can turn off raids. Like, you can make it so that your channel can't get raided. That's a thing, but I don't know what, like, you have to have pretty particular reasons to not want to do that. Subby, thank you for gifting that sub to Skeener Bug. Just as a last bit of advice, don't take criticism from somebody that you wouldn't go to for advice. Like that guy who came into chat who was very critical for no reason. I'm not going to him for advice on anything. I'm not gonna need to like run anything past him. I'm not gonna ask him questions. You know, I don't need to learn anything from him. So I don't need to take his criticism. Like, don't give angry, lonely, miserable people power over you. It's like, if I'm gonna let the world's saddest person tell me that I can't be happy, then I'm a fucking idiot for listening to them. I'm just being honest. Yeah, Mike gets a lot of trolls because Mike's a much bigger streamer than I am. Our chat is very well disciplined. We've got a very disciplined chat. We've got a strong core group. Mike needs to listen to more music. Mike doesn't listen to music. Like, Mike is a brilliant guy. He's got great takes. He's one of my best friends. But he doesn't listen to music. Yeah, he listens to like podcasts instead of listening to music. Like, Mike, you could really tap into your true power if you just started listening to like some classical music. Could you imagine how powerful Mike would be if he started listening to Beethoven and Mozart? Two of the most prominent leftist Twitch streamers just don't do music. Can they dance? Yeah, they're just wired differently, I suppose. Me personally, I love the way I'm wired. I have a very musical brain. This cup lacks mystery. Yeah, it's a transparent cup. Anyway, I feel like if you don't appreciate music, you're missing out on a big part of life. You know, music is one of the major ways that people will communicate emotion without using words. Another big way is art. You know, like painting, sculpting. And I would say music is an art as well. But there have just been, you know, musical compositions that can make me feel things on levels that I didn't really know that I could feel those feelings. Like music has a way of just really evoking those emotions. I wish I had an outlet like that. Sounds like we've got a New Year's resolution cooking. To find that outlet. What could you imagine yourself doing? Even if you just doodle, like even if you're just a doodler, you know, you like get a pen and a blank notebook and you just doodle a little bit. I was always such a doodler. I could never pay attention in school. I was always doodling. I doodle during meetings still. Oh, whenever I had to go to meetings, I was doodling in those meetings still. Like, absolutely. Alright, everybody, we're gonna go into the question box and then we got a presentation later. We're gonna revisit last year's New Year's resolution presentation. It's a good presentation, it holds up. I was thinking of like, do I need to revise this? And I went back and looked at it and I was like, yeah, no, this is fine. We'll make it work. I admire people who can do art so much, such a talent. I think you need to find that talent within you. I feel like everyone's an artist. It's just about finding your medium. I had an amazing teacher who would tell me to doodle what he was teaching. Now that's actually really smart. That's what I should have been doing. Alright, let's take a look at these questions, shall we? I'm scared and anxious about everything in... Actually, this is from yesterday. This was the last question we had yesterday. We're on this one. Let's say, I thought I answered that one already. How do I go about being less socially awkward? I plan on attending more social events than I usually do this year, hopefully, and I want them to go as smoothly as possible. But I wonder if trying to come across as normal might make me seem less authentic. If you're trying to just play it off as normal, I mean, realistically, you'll probably be just fine, but I feel like it'll also just kind of be like, just be like whatever. It might not be especially exciting or memorable if you're just like, I'm here, you know? I feel like if we are concerned about being socially awkward, let's look back at some of those moments where we may have felt socially awkward, or maybe, you know, trying to look at them from a different perspective. You know, because odds are we probably weren't as awkward as we thought we were. We tend to look back on things and just like really harshly criticize ourselves over stuff that most people will honestly just end up not remembering. Like, we remember those moments of awkwardness, and that's why we feel so awkward. But most people probably just don't even recognize or don't even remember. So I feel like that's a part of it, is just looking back and realizing I am the only one who really cares so much about this. I'm the one who really, is feeling this way. I wonder if the way out is to embrace my awkwardness, or if there's techniques I can use to come off as I am competent and I have stuff to talk about. If you want a technique, I would just suggest to ask more questions. And when I say questions, I mean like open-ended questions to keep the conversation going. Oh, you say you went to Germany on vacation. How was it? Like, oh, you studied that in school. What were some things that you really enjoyed about that? Just asking open-ended questions to keep the conversation going is a great way to come across as a very successful conversationalist. But yeah, if you do find yourself being awkward in a situation, my best recommendation is to just roll with it and just like own it. Just be like, just maybe get a chuckle at yourself and be like, oh, that was awkward. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna go get a snack. You want anything? Just roll with it. Because the thing that makes things awkward is overthinking, overanalyzing. That's what makes things awkward. Normally, we want these types of situations to just flow smoothly without much conflict or interference. And whenever we're overanalyzing, overthinking, or ruminating on past things, or we start hyperfixating on stuff, that's when things get a little less linear. So just chill, just have fun, be friendly, smile and nod. When you've got nothing to talk about, go find the food. That's what I do. Whenever I've got nothing to talk about, I just go find the food and I just hover over the food table. Start munching on the veggie tray. Sometimes I actually say sorry, I'm a little awkward sometimes, but I'm working on it. Just so you know, you don't have to over-explain yourself to anybody else. We all know what it's like to be awkward. We've all been there. Don't feel like you have to overly explain yourself to anybody else. Oh, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, cutie cheeks. Welcome in. Happy New Year. I think a lot of awkwardness is beating yourself up. Oh, no, absolutely. That's where the awkwardness comes from, is from you beating yourself up. That's what makes it awkward. That's what makes it awkward. Like, continuing to bring something up, or continuing to focus on something, or continuing to, like, fixate on something, that is what makes things awkward. So if you're, just roll with it. Just... like focusing on the food or other people will eliminate the awkward silence, but yeah, or like put some music on, or like
Like, if you really need to overanalyze something, start overanalyzing just how much fun you're having at this party. You know, start focusing on that. Like, oh wow, I'm having so much fun right now. You know, instead of when we're like, oh, was that thing I said weird? Are they thinking about it right now? It's like, no, probably not. Let me just say something that if you're like me, you probably try to forget other people's awkward moments on their behalf. I don't know about you, but that's something I try to do. If somebody does something that's like awkward or embarrassing, I try to forget it. I don't need to remember it. I don't need to keep talking about it. Like, they're already gonna remember it. That's something that's gonna keep them up at night. I'm just gonna pretend I never saw it. Hey, remember when you did that really awkward and embarrassing thing? That's what friends are for. They're there to remind you of every embarrassing thing you've ever done. Like if someone farts at work, I pretend I didn't hear it. What you should be doing is farting louder to assert dominance, but, you know, I'm not gonna split hairs. But yeah, my biggest recommendation to be less awkward is to try not to hyperfixate on your own perceived awkwardness, because in reality, that is what really gets you. Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? It's like, there are, like, if you focus on it, if you're just so fixated on it, it's like, you're not paying attention to the people around you. You're not paying attention to the flow of the gathering or the party or wherever you're at. It's like you're all up in your own head and you're just like, you've probably got like a concerned look on your face and people are probably like, oh, what's going on with them? So yeah, if you need something to focus on having fun. It's a party. Have fun. Hi, Papa. I would appreciate some advice on how not to take things so personally. Wait, I'm sorry, that was a question. I would appreciate some advice on how to not take things so personally? Alright. This is one of those things that time is in your favor. Because this is one of those things that does get better with time and age and experience. So I would say that time is in your favor. This is something that you will only become better at over the course of time. People typically become more resilient over time and not less resilient. So first off, just appreciate that time is in your favor and this is something that you'll only get better at. But as far as for right now, my recommendation would be to find those moments when you feel like you are taking something personally and catch yourself with your hand in the cookie jar. Like, aha, I think I'm taking this personally right now. And then offer yourself some alternatives. You know, instead of just going ahead and proceeding with the thought or the belief that you are going to proceed with, multiple choice time. Let's pick a different option. Am I taking things too personally right now? Probably.
So, what are some alternative explanations? What else could be going on here? Like, well, it could be this thing. Let's go with that then. Recognize that humans have a tendency to personalize. It's just one of the ways that our brains work. We operate from our own frame of reference. And so we have a tendency to assume that when something happens, we had something to do with it. Like if somebody comes home from work and they're angry and they're upset because of what happened at work, and then maybe they're not as friendly as they would normally be to us, and we find ourselves wondering, now what did I do to piss them off? When in fact, you did nothing to upset them. This is one of the ways that we tend to personalize things, is we personalize other people's feelings. If they were happy, it's because of something we did. If they're upset, it's because of something we did. And that's just because that's one of the ways our brain operates, is it uses us as a frame of reference, and we are the thing that everything happens to, and, you know, we are the center of that locus. So, my recommendation is try to take a step back and see the bigger picture. I find it a relief that not everything has anything to, like, when you find out that most of the things that's going on in the world has nothing to do with you, it's like, oh, that's actually quite a relief. Just take a step back and try to see the bigger picture. Are there alternative explanations for why things are the way that they are in this moment? Try to catch yourself in the act of taking things personally and recognizing that that's a moment, that's an actionable moment. This is a learning opportunity. And just remember that all of those roads for why we're all upset or anxious or depressed is capitalism. All roads lead back to capitalism. So whenever you have somebody in your life that's upset, just remember that the real reason why they're upset is because we live in a capitalistic system that does not value human life and puts profit over people. That's why they're actually upset. They're not actually mad at you. Like, oh, I forgot to clean out the litter boxes. Fucking capitalism got me again. Am I mad at you? No, I'm mad at capitalism. I'm only mad at the capitalists. My sister got diagnosed with something, and all she said about it to my parents was, "It's deeper than a personality disorder." She would not tell us what it was. She has a lot of anger inside her, and I wonder what can it even be? If it's not bipolar or BPD or something like that, what's deeper than a personality disorder? Is there something deeper? As far as depth to a diagnosis, the depth is not determined by the diagnosis. Every diagnosis has its own levels of depth and complexity. Like, you can have a very, very severe depression, for example, and that could be much more disruptive to a person's life than a mild personality disorder. So there are levels to any diagnosis, and so it's not really a fair comparison to say that, like, one school of diagnoses is like deeper or more profound than another one, typically there are some exceptions. You know, like some disorders might be a little bit more manageable, a little bit less disruptive, and some might be inherently more disruptive, like schizophrenia, for example. But I would say it's probably not a BPD diagnosis because that takes a long time to get in most cases. So it's probably not that, and then that's also a personality disorder. The PD in BPD stands for personality disorder. I would say that, you know, your sister is not obligated to talk about that diagnosis with anybody if she doesn't want to. That's one thing that I just want to add is like, your diagnosis is your business. That's between you and your doctor. Just so you know. So yeah, your sister isn't obligated to talk about what that diagnosis is until she's ready to. I don't, just based on the context and like you're like I'm not even seeing many of like the symptoms or anything. It's like it could be something trauma related, could be something, you know, mood disorder related. Typically within a diagnosis, you know, there are mood disorders. They are disorders that disrupt your emotions. You know, depression is a mood disorder. Bipolar is a mood disorder. It disrupts your mood. And then you have thought disorders, which disrupt your thinking, such as schizophrenia. And then you have schizoaffective disorder, which is both. It's a thought disorder and a mood disorder. But again, a lot of diagnoses take a long time to determine because sometimes you need to observe a person over months or even years to recognize the patterns in order to get that proper diagnosis. And typically they don't just give very severe diagnoses out of nowhere. They normally start with something more mellow and then work up from there, just as a way of ruling things out. So yeah, it's hard to say with the information we've got, but I just want to say it's your sister's business. But I mean, if that's something that you want to support your sister in, I would just maybe try to find a time to talk about it and just say, you know, I want to learn more. I want to be more supportive. Because if you have a family member that has a diagnosis, a lot of what I see in a lot of like good supportive families is the people will start to read up on how to be a more supportive and empathetic family member to somebody in their family that received this diagnosis. And so sometimes there is a benefit, but then it's like, you know, you got to have that bond of trust. You know, that diagnosis, you know, that is their business. It's not a talking point. It's not a conversation piece, you know, to just go around and be like, hey, guess what my sister got diagnosed with? It's like, no. It's like, that's kind of what contributes to the stigma surrounding mental illness. If you are diagnosed with something, that is completely up to you whether or not you want to talk to anybody about it. That is between you and your doctor. Oh yeah, and personality disorders. Personality disorders can take a long time to properly diagnose as well, is because you want to make sure that this is actually their personality and it's not just how they're feeling today. You know, if you're going to give somebody a personality disorder diagnosis, you want to make sure that this actually is their personality, and this who you're seeing today isn't just the result of how they're currently feeling. And it takes time to, to see that. Typically, what people, and this is me generalizing quite a bit, but typically when you see somebody get diagnosed with something for the first time, it tends to be something more like they're dealing with anxiety, or maybe there's some trauma here and we'll give them a diagnosis of, post-traumatic stress, or maybe they'll get a depression diagnosis. I was diagnosed with a personality disorder based on a single incident by a psychiatrist I talked to for 1 hour, and that's terrible practice. That's irresponsible practice. You can't determine a personality based on one incident, because it could just be an outlier. It could have just been a unique set of circumstances. You had all the ingredients there and the tornado hit. That's why you don't want to diagnose somebody with something so stigmatizing based off of one meeting. That's just irresponsible. You can ask how you can support them directly without knowing the diagnostic label. True, you can talk about symptoms. You can talk about, what are some of the symptoms you're dealing with? Like, how can I be more supportive in those? Because that's what you're really treating anyway. You're treating the symptoms. Got a suicide attempt and woke up in the hospital diagnosed with BPD. That's honestly ridiculous. That sounds like medical malpractice. That's honestly wild. BPD takes years to properly diagnose. BPD takes a long time to properly diagnose. And the thing about it is it's something, and we've talked about this before, is that there are certain diagnoses that they will overdiagnose in women. There is sexism in diagnosis. You will see more women diagnosed with BPD. Not necessarily because more women have BPD, but it's just... Anyway, the state of the diagnostic system in the mental health community is frustrating, to say the least. We really need to shift our focus away from diagnostic labels and more onto the hierarchy of symptoms that you are dealing with. I'm now told I don't have that at all, but have PTSD, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and major depression. Would it make you feel better if if 3 of those 4 could also be explained by the PTSD? Like, the thing about PTSD is that it can make you depressed, having to deal with that all the time. It can make you anxious, and we're understanding that trauma really is incredibly impactful to a person's life. And so I would say that what you're really dealing with is trauma. And when you heal that trauma, those other things will also get better. It's not you versus 4 diagnoses, it's you versus 1 set of symptoms. Do you see the difference? I'm really trying to just like reiterate why the current diagnostic system is faulty. Because just imagine that you're a person who's seeking mental health treatment and you have 4 diagnoses. You feel like you are trying to fight a heavyweight champion and you've never stepped inside the ring. You know, you feel outnumbered, you feel outgunned, you feel outmatched. But in reality, it's not really you against these 4 different diagnoses. It's you versus 1 set of symptoms. You are one person, you have 1 set of symptoms that you are dealing with, and what you need to treat are those symptoms. And for most people who have endured trauma, the root of those symptoms is that trauma. And by healing that underlying trauma, the symptoms get better. You need a service dog? For what service? Or what service are you looking for the dog for? So, I have social anxiety, and in 2 days I will be taking a train. I got a new suitcase from my parents for Christmas so that I could use it while taking train rides and planes. On the trains I take, there's space for bigger luggage such as suitcases, but they're usually pretty filled. I'm scared to go on the train and see no luggage space. That would mean I would have to ask staff to help me find space, and that would feel horrible. Let's examine that more closely. Why? Why would we feel horrible about asking for assistance from someone who is there to assist us? This is a person who is getting paid to do the thing that you are going to ask them to do. They would be happy to help you. Do we fear that we're putting somebody out? Do we fear that we are making someone uncomfortable? Do we fear that we are being a burden? Like, no, we are just engaging with society. This person is there and they are getting paid to do that thing, and they are there to help you. So it's okay to ask them for help. So is it better to just look at oneself's symptoms rather than looking at other possible diagnoses? I would say so. I would say so because the symptoms are what you treat. And you can have 2 people who are diagnosed with the same diagnosis, but they can have a completely different set of symptoms. And that's the problem with our current diagnostic system, is there's too much overlap, there's too much confusion. In reality, what you treat are the symptoms that you are dealing with. So I would focus on those. The label is that's just a diagnostic tool. If you're not a diagnostician, You don't really need to worry about that. Worry about the symptom. That's what you actually fix. When I worked retail, I used to be so bored. I used to love when people asked me for help. See? See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you're working on a train, you probably like working on trains. You probably like helping people. You probably like helping the passengers. It's probably something that gives you joy and satisfaction in your life, and that's why you've chosen this career path. So you're not putting this person out by asking them for help. You are helping them to fulfill their purpose. How did you overcome this? I'm still afraid on the phone. Just close your eyes when you're talking to them on the phone and pretend that they're sitting next to you. I just want to get inside the train, sit down, and try to endure the trip while not worrying about if my suitcase will fit. What I've been doing so far is just to use 2 small handbags so I can easily find spots for them. A big suitcase sounds scary. How do I handle this? Do I just stick with the bags and never use the suitcase? I feel bad because they bought it for me to use while I go back and forth to my hometown and the town I study in. So it would feel mean to not use it. At the same time, I know this fear is super irrational, but I can't stop worrying about it. The way to get over this is to get through it. So I would say take a step outside of your comfort zone if you want to become more comfortable. Take the big suitcase and give it a try. See how much hassle it really is. Don't stop yourself from doing it just because of the perceived level of hassle. Give it a try first and see if this actually would work for you. And we're like, oh yeah, that was actually really easy. Or maybe it won't be easy, maybe it'll suck, and then you'll know next time it's like, yeah, I should just stick with the smaller bags. So my recommendation is give it a try and see how it goes, because you gotta remember, we suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. We have a way of, building up events in our mind as being very dreadful. So give it a try. You've got a new suitcase. Get excited to use it. I wanted to make sure I was understanding correctly. It has gotten me to twist my perspective in a better way in the long run. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I've seen a lot of people get really bent out of shape over diagnoses. I've seen people who felt like they weren't getting the help that they needed because they didn't have the right diagnosis. I've seen people who felt like the diagnosis they had was the one that they were going to be with for the rest of their life. I've just seen those diagnostic labels become really disruptive in the process of healing from the symptoms that you are enduring. I've just seen a lot of people set back their progress because of that diagnostic label. They get that label and then they're like, oh yeah, this is me. I am this. And it has a way of making it worse. It has a way of perpetuating it within your life. You live up to that label. And so my encouragement is to focus on your symptoms. What is it that you are dealing with? What is it that is disrupting your daily life? Because that's what you work on. That's what you treat. Whatever somebody wants to name that certain set of symptoms, that's up to them. Honestly, the idea that somebody would diagnose somebody with BPD after meeting them one time, that is just so bad. Like, if I did that, I'd be like, I am not fit for this job, I should quit. Like, that's embarrassingly bad. I'm just frustrated because I want an accurate diagnosis so I can learn too. What you learn about are your symptoms. Regardless of what the diagnosis is, you learn about the symptoms and you manage the symptoms. The diagnosis is just what set of symptoms are you. And the thing is that certain doctors will disagree with what your diagnosis is because they will perceive different symptoms as a different level of severity or impact based on their own individual perspective. Have I watched Mr. Robot? I have not watched Mr. Robot. Another thing that I really find important to mention, something that's really important to mention is that when you treat the symptoms and you no longer have those symptoms, you don't have the diagnosis anymore. If you don't have the symptoms, you don't have the diagnosis. You don't have the disorder. You have cured it. You have treated it. A diagnosis is just a label that they can adhere to you so that if another doctor looks at your file, they have an idea of what to expect. It's just a shortcut for your medical team. The therapies and the way that you treat different disorders is not very different. And you don't necessarily treat the disorder, you treat the symptoms. I want to learn psychoanalysis, but every time I open a clinician's guide to psychoanalysis, it's confusing and has lots of jargon. Should I start from Freud and relational psychoanalysis? No, you should start with Socrates. You should start with some ancient Socrates, because that's how Freud developed the approach of psychoanalysis, is by incorporating a Socratic dialogue. Just continuing to ask open-ended questions for exploration, but you let the client lead. You're just there to observe and analyze and ask questions. Now, where psychoanalysis gets complicated is when you start to adhere to what Freud's interpretation of those things was. That's where psychoanalysis becomes complicated, is because Freud had a lot of ideas as far as what all of these things mean. It's like, oh, if the patient talks about this, it must mean this. If the patient doesn't talk about this, it also means that. And that's where it gets confusing and it gets overcomplicated, is because that's just what he interpreted. That's how he interpreted it. But a lot of it's faulty. Like, there is a lot that's generally, reasonable within Freud's works, but it's also very limited because he mostly just studied himself. A lot of what he learned in psychoanalysis was done by analyzing his own psyche. Freud and Jung got mad at each other about Oedipus. Yeah, and honestly, I'm much more of a Jung fan than I am a Freud fan. I'm 25 and I'm trying to gain independence from my parents, yet they won't fully let me. For example, I want to drive on my own, and they said they want to follow for the first couple of times that I go anywhere. Mind you, I'm 25. And I've driven myself to school before, but I guess that was okay because they still felt in control as I was only taking the route that they showed me. Now that I want to do my own things and go shopping out with my friends, they want to follow me. That does seem a little overbearing, if I'm being honest. That does seem a little... That's just such a shift. It's just such a shift away from how things used to be. Like, all right, come home when the streetlights come on. I don't want to see you in the house for the next 10 hours. You know, that's what people used to do with their children in the 80s. But now, they want to follow you. This does seem a little overbearing. But I think, you know, they do care about you. They say it's to make sure I'm safe, and I appreciate that, but it also makes me feel like a child, like I'm incapable. Oh yeah, absolutely, you're 25. You're old enough to rent a car. When they say follow, I assume they mean literally, like they want to get in their car and drive behind you. My parents and I are pretty close. Everywhere I go, they go. They take me everywhere, and that's because I enjoy their company and want to spend time with them, but now that I want to do things alone and getting this reaction from, yeah, that's... It can be hard, you know, if you're a parent and you are really close with your kids and you do a lot of stuff together. And that's, honestly, that's great. I'm glad that you guys have such a great relationship. It might be a little too entangled, but that's okay. You know, there are much worse problems to have with your parents, if I'm being honest. There are much worse problems to have with parents than they love you too much. I think our relationship is not as healthy as I thought. It sounds a little codependent, but that's not that bad. As far as, you know, as far as things could be, a little bit of codependency is far from the worst thing. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I crave independence so much, but it feels so out of reach. They even drive me to work. I haven't, gone anywhere alone except for school my entire life. Well, do you think that if they did follow you a few times, they would get tired of doing that and then they would be like, all right, see you later? Do you think that they would just like, do you think that just like humoring them is a way to resolve this. Just being like, okay, sure. If you want to follow me, go ahead. You're a grown adult and you want to go off and do your own thing, so go ahead and do that. And if they want to follow behind you when they do that, just be like, all right. They'll do it once or twice and then they'll be like, this is a waste of time. And then they'll stop doing it. Like, I feel like there are ways to resolve this where it's not like we have to have a confrontation being like, no, you need to let me be a grown-up. You need to not be following me. Unless it gets to that point. I feel like, is it weird? Is it a little unusual? Kinda. You're 25. Like, you're a big kid now. You can drive yourself to the store. Well, I don't know. It sounds like you guys have a good relationship and they just really care about you, and so maybe they're a little bit overbearing, but that can be worked through. Just take time and just talk about it, and it doesn't have to be a big fight. It doesn't have to be a big blowout. I feel like this is definitely something we can work through. So I guess what I would do, I'm thinking what I would do if I was in your situation and I wanted to go somewhere. And they were like, well, we want to follow you there and make sure you get there safe. And be like, all right, if you're sure. Because they're just doing that with their time. Like, I don't care if they know where I'm at. Like, I don't care if they're there. Like, I'm not creeped out by them. I'm not bothered by them. It's not like they're abusive and like stalking me or like making sure that I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, there's a different level of like obsessiveness that comes from that type of relationship. So it's like, I don't mind if they know where I'm at. I'm not trying to escape them. I'm just trying to have some independence. So I guess if that's what they wanted to do, I'd be like, fine, go ahead and just let them do it. But then if they did it more than like a couple times, I would probably be like, guys, come on, don't you have anything better to do? Like, I'm fine. You can see, I know how to drive. I'll be okay. I'll drive 5 under the speed limit. I'll have my phone charged. I'll be fine. So I feel like if you wanted to try to resolve it just by humoring them for a little bit and be like, sure, whatever, it's your life, do what you want to do. If you want to take time out of your day to follow me to the store, fine, go for it. But if they continued to do it, I would probably be like, guys, come on, cut it out. Hi, Papa. First, I wanted to thank you for teaching us about reframing. Oh, you're welcome. I love reframing. Reframing is such a useful technique. That's why I put so much time into practicing. A good reframer is invaluable. Like, a good reframe can turn a pity party into a regular party. A party. It has helped me so much, especially during these past holidays. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that it's helping. Reframing is tremendously helpful. Whether you're dealing with sad thoughts, anxious thoughts, angry thoughts, reframing, adopting a new perspective can really help to change the narrative. For the first time, I did not call my father during Christmas. Interesting how he did not call either. I feel for you on that one. Yeah. I don't think I've heard from my father since 2009. So honestly, his loss, TBH. Anyways, are there levels to reframing? I want to be a pro at reframing. Also, I want to focus on growth this year. Are there any good steps to get good at growth? Wishing you a great 2025 and thank you for your help. Levels to reframing? I would say so. I would say that it's definitely a skill that you can refine and that you can get better at, and I feel like there are different types of reframings to do in different situations, different circumstances. Also, there's an art to having the reframe be something that is helpful, but not being, either enabling or dismissive of a valid concern. When we're reframing, we want to make sure that we're not overlooking things, we're not avoiding accountability, we're actually taking a more balanced and rational perspective of the situation. So I feel like that's the art to it. That's where there's a skill progression to being able to reframe, is just honing in on that nuance, accepting accountability when you need to accept accountability, not being too hard on yourself, being as fair and balanced as you can. It's an art, for sure. I would say just keep practicing it. Do a reframe and then reframe your reframe, and then just see if you can tune it, seeing if you can, change it up a little bit. See if it needs any tweaks or revisions. Are there any good steps to get good at growth? Meditation. Meditation is not only good to help you grow, but it's also good to help you figure out the areas in your life that you can grow in, and also how to achieve that growth. Meditation is honestly so overpowered, and I'm surprised that more people don't do it, because it really is just tremendously useful. Especially once you put in a little practice. So yeah, I would encourage meditation if you are seeking growth. Meditate on what that next step on your growth is. In what area of my life, in what direction. That is the object of your meditation. Just to clear the fog and to really find that next step forward. That's my recommendation. I'm glad to hear that reframing has been helpful for you. I'm sorry that your dad sucks. We've all been there, haven't we? I don't know, some of you have good dads, and I'm just like, yeah, you lucked out. You lucked out. Speaking of reframing, I love reframing grief as excess love. For me, grief is that absence that you feel when that love feels like it's just been taken from you. But what when you heal, you fill back up with that love. That space, was never truly empty. I saw a healthy father-son relationship with one of my friends and had to tell him, yeah, that's not how it is with our fam. Yeah, if you have friends that have good relationships with their parents, you should let them know. Be like, you're lucky, man. I've seen so many more people with like controversial or conflicting or even downright adversarial relationships with their parents than I have like healthy, supportive, emotionally aware parents. I think most people have at least slightly dysfunctional families. At least a little bit. Any family who doesn't have at least one or two weirdos is a family that I'm going to be suspicious of. If you're too normal, I'm inherently suspicious of you. Because I'm like, what are you trying to hide? Like, why are you putting on this act? Why are you trying to come across as so normal? Whenever I see somebody who's too normal, I'm suspicious. I'm like, those are the real freaks. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for. Yeah, you gotta embrace your weirdness. Weirdness is what makes the world go round. Like, who invented pretty much every invention you could think of? Some weirdo. Some weirdo who was really into numbers. Some weirdo who was really into engineering. Weirdos make the world go round. Weirdos are the innovators. They are the creators. They are the artists. You gotta celebrate your weirdness. I do get jealous of my friends that have amazing relationships with their parents. I would encourage you to let go of that jealousy and to instead be happy for them, because jealousy is just it's just not a good look on us in the long run. It kind of just continues to hurt us. What are your thoughts on Buddhism practices in relation to psychology, like mindfulness? Are you in favor? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. See, I was educated in a Western school, and so I learned all about the Western approaches to psychology and mental health. And then it wasn't until after school, where I was out in the real world, that I was able to start learning about all of the different approaches that you see in different cultures, including things that have been used historically for thousands of years. Mindfulness as a practice has become incredibly popular in Western teachings because it really is impactful, it really is helpful. Mindfulness is just awareness. It's looking at what you're doing while you're doing it and then asking yourself, why am I about to do this? Why did I just do that thing? It's one of those things that's simple to learn, but difficult to master. Mindfulness is something that I would encourage everybody to practice because it's very helpful. It's very useful. Avoidance of conflict equals not always bet. Yeah, there's a particular holiday that comes to mind. Particular holiday comes to mind. There's a festival that takes place every year on Christmas Day in Peru, and it's called Tecanaqui. And the whole premise of this holiday is you call out the people that you have beef with, and then you fight them. Now, this is kind of like there's a part of me who's just like, I can get behind this. There's a small part of me that's just like, I could get behind this. It kind of is like a purge. This happens in Peru, and Peru is in the southern hemisphere, so Christmas for them happens in the middle of summer. The townspeople spend the day dressing in elaborate costumes depicting animals, mythological creatures, and historical figures, and consume traditional Peruvian food and drink. After all the dancing, drinking, eating, and dressing up, the town congregates at their local sporting arenas to watch members of their community duke it out. Children often dress up as their parents' characters to cheer them on in their respective fights. Anyone is eligible to fight in the ring, regardless of age or gender. The holiday is named Tecanaqui, which literally translates to when the blood is boiling. This guy's using kicks, that's... Alright. Try hard. Kick into those blue jeans. Alright, Jean-Claude. In the spirit of forgiveness and moving forward, the fights each begin and end with a cordial handshake. If the loser disagrees with the outcome, they can appeal for another fight. What if you lose? Do you get even more bitter? That's up to you. You know, see, and this is an important thing to realize is that sometimes the only thing that's keeping me in pain is my own resistance to letting this go. Like if you're dealing with an old wound and you're the one that's picking at it, you're the one that's keeping it open. You gotta understand that that's on you. If you want to heal, you gotta let that thing heal. You gotta let that go. I wonder how peaceful a village is the rest of the year. You know, you would hope that things are relatively smooth. I support this holiday. I'm in support. I'm gay. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, gay. Happy New Year, gay. The alien is really staring at me today. I know, I try to forget that he's there, if I'm being honest. I try not to think about him. Happy New Year, gay. You know, I really liked this question. I wanted to revisit it for a sec. I've found that the older I get and the more that I learn, the more I incorporate from other perspectives into my own approach of psychology. You know, just my understanding of consciousness as it is. I have a question for you. This is kind of out there. Is consciousness a byproduct of you? Do you create consciousness within you because you're just so complicated? Or is consciousness something that is woven into the laws of the universe and it is something that you are able to tap into because of how advanced you are?
Anyway, I don't know. Just stuff that keeps me up at night. Is the second option assume that there is a creator of consciousness? The second option would assume that the universe itself is conscious and that it becomes more conscious as we become more conscious. If we are a byproduct of the universe and we are the universe experiencing itself, then as we become more conscious, the universe becomes more conscious as well. That's what that would imply. Are you really 6'5"? You think I would just lie about that? Yes, I am 6'5". For reference, here's a picture of me standing next to Hassan Piker, who is known to be that height as well. And we're the same height in this picture. I took that picture, let me just give you a little bit of backstory. I took that picture because this was at Creator Clash. We were at Creator Clash in Tampa Bay, Florida. We were at Creator Clash 2 in Tampa Bay, Florida. And Hassan was there. And so because we were at like the same events and stuff, because we both had VIP access, we were at the same parties, we were at in the same areas. You know, we even sat by each other during the fight at one point. And he was being constantly asked for pictures from other people. And so I was like, I'm not going to ask this guy for a picture, but I am going to take a picture of me next to him at some point. Because I thought it would be funny. Was he kind to you? Well, I introduced myself to him, and then he said that we already met, and I had to remind him that we hadn't met yet. And then he admitted that he just lumped me together with Casey, and I said, oh, that's fine. We love a strong woman. And then I met him again at TwitchCon this year, and I said, it's nice to see you again. And then I walked away. My strategy for whenever he was around is to just be ambivalent. You know, because people tended to like gravitate towards him or like clamor for his attention or want to talk to him. I'm like, I'm gonna leave him alone because I'm getting that. That's kind of the impression that I'm getting is like, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's got a good heart, but you can kind of tell that he's just like. He's tired. He wants to take a nap.
you been to Hawaii? I've never been to Hawaii. Never been. Yeah, like when people are like, this kind of ties back to what that troll was saying earlier. It's just like what people don't understand is like when you hit a certain size as a streamer, it's like it can become very difficult to manage. It can become very overwhelming. But you guys are the OGs. So when Brain Domain gets big, I won't forget you. You'll always have a special place in my heart. It's isolating, you wouldn't think it is, but it is. Oh, it's incredibly isolating. It's incredibly isolating. Being a really popular streamer is very isolating because it's like you never know who's just hanging out with you because they want you for content. You don't know if they just want you, you know, if they're just social climbers and clout chasers. It's like you start to question who your real friends are. The thing about fame, as much as many people might desire it, is it can make you incredibly lonely. Popularity can be a prison. Yeah, people just, they kind of turn you into a character. They build up this idea of you, and then you have people who just, you're not sure if they're really there for who you are or if they're just there for what they can get from you. If I ever start making big streamer money, I'm hiring people. I'm hiring people from here. Like if I can afford to start paying people to work for Brain Domain. That's the dream. 2025. It's going to be a good year for mental health. Because, see, here's the thing. When politics gets bad, mental health, the line goes up. As bad as things might be in the world, as bad as the outcomes might appear to be, you know, mental health becomes even more important, so. I think it is really well into the don't meet your heroes. Yeah, they're people. And nobody's perfect. Alrighty, everybody, it's New Year's. I've got 2 more of these party poppers. I'm saving them for a special occasion. I've got my party horn. Trying not to honk it too loud. It's New Year's. Happy New Year's, everybody. We're talking about resolutions today. If you're like most people, you probably look at the start of the new year as a time to reflect, a time to plan for the days ahead, a time to start making some goals for yourself. There's no better time than now. Now, don't get all high and mighty on me. Don't get all high and mighty and say, oh, it's the first of the year. Everybody's doing resolutions, so I'm not going to do it because everyone else is doing it. I should just have resolutions every day. I should just be oh so great and oh so strong. It's like, all right. No need to be high and mighty. The new year is a great time to put some intention into our next steps. My only resolution is to accept myself the way I am this year. You know, if you narrow that in a little bit and you just say, all I need to do is accept myself in this moment, you can do that today. All you have to do is say to yourself, I accept myself as I am in this moment. It's simply acknowledging that you are where you are. Or that you think you are where you think you are. All right, today we're going to talk about resolutions. I want to do a poll. I want to do a little poll real quick because I want to see who here has a New Year's resolution. Do you have a New Year's resolution? Yes? No? Maybe you're still trying to decide on one? Ooh. Abandoned this year. I'm just gonna keep going the same way as before. The thing about a resolution is that I feel like we should all have one, and if we don't have one, maybe we're just going about it in the wrong way. A New Year's resolution doesn't have to be anything over the top. It doesn't have to be, oh, I'm gonna get a 6-pack. I'm gonna get down to 5% body fat. I'm gonna be looking good. I'm gonna be cut to the gills. I'm gonna be, taking glamour shots in a Speedo. No, it doesn't have to be that. It could be the next step to get you to where you're trying to go. This is just a good time to assess where you are and figure out what your next step is as you're moving into that person that you're trying to be. So let's not look at what we want to get done in the entirety of next year, let's figure out what that next step is in getting us towards where we're trying to go. So today we're going to talk about resolutions. We're going to talk about goals. We're going to talk about how to set good goals, how to make our goals more achievable. So if you have a goal that you want to work on, because the New Year's is a time where a lot of people are very mindful of the goals that they're planning for themselves. Try to reframe the way that you view a New Year's resolution. Just look at it as an annual accountant of where I'm at with my goals and the next step of the goal that I'm working on. That's the way that I look at it. I don't look at a resolution as like, this year is gonna be the year. I'm gonna learn Spanish. Like, no, that's too big of a goal. I need to dial it in a little bit. I need to figure out what that next step is. Pop this eventually. Alright, it looks like we're pretty evenly split. If you do have a New Year's resolution, what's your resolution? I want to take a look at them. See if there's any reframing we can do, or any optimizing we can do to that goal. Not now, we'll get to it periodically. No rush. If you don't have one, what goal are you working on? Do you have a goal in mind? Maybe it's learning a new hobby. Maybe it's revisiting an old hobby. Maybe it's rekindling friendships. Maybe it's being more social. Even if you don't have a quote-unquote New Year's resolution, I would hope that you at least have a goal that you're working on. Now, always having a goal to be working on doesn't mean that you always have to be working, because sometimes relaxing is the goal. Sometimes the goal is to just be as relaxed as possible. Wow, we have a tie. We have a tie here. Interesting. Try to be more friendly / polite. That's a good one. My tip for anybody who wants to be more friendly / polite is to catch yourself in those moments where you are either rehearsing a fight in your mind with someone that you're not actually talking to, or those moments where you're just berating yourself, you know? Catch yourself in those moments where you aren't being especially kind and polite to yourself. If you want to be that way with other people. A lot of the real work that is to be done within the privacy of your own heart. All right, everybody, let's get to it. This is an old presentation. This is last year's presentation, so you're going to see a little bit of a difference here. Why do we make resolutions? A resolution. A firm decision to do something. That's all it is. we're being a little bit more firm with ourselves. We're saying, all right, now's the time. And the new year is a great time for people to implement those changes that they might have been putting off. Like, well, everybody else is doing it. 'Tis the season. Also, the beginning of a cycle is psychologically satisfying. You know, it's the start of a new year. It's a satisfying time to make these changes. This is why I was telling myself, I'm going to wait until after the first of the year to go through my drawers and go through my closet so that I can, you know, donate the stuff that no longer fits me or the stuff that's not in style anymore. So that's part of the reason why we do it at the start of the year. It's psychologically satisfying. It's the fresh start. It's the new year. It's those optimisms and those good intentions that give us the initial motivation to begin that process of changing our behaviors. Optimism and good intentions. It's a great way to get started, but it's not always what we need to keep things going. As it turns out, many people make a resolution because they feel pressured to do so rather than out of a desire to actually change themselves. You know, maybe you work at an office and somebody's going around like, you got a New Year's resolution? I said I was going to cut back on coffee. That's why I'm drinking tea. You know? According to a Forbes poll, approximately 61% of people feel pressured to set a New Year's resolution. And that tracks. We got about 50-50. Don't say tea like it's bad. No, I love tea. I was just making a joke. I have a whole collection of tea. I like tea. Don't get me wrong. Top New Year's resolutions of 2024. These are probably still mostly the same. If you were to collect this data for 2025, I would say that these are largely unchanged. Improve fitness is right there up there at the top. 48% of people's New Year's resolutions had to do with improving their fitness. Secondly, was improving their finances at 38%. Improving mental health, 36%. So if you're here and you want to improve your mental health, that's a great resolution for you. You know, become more committed in improving your mental health. And then you got lose weight at 34%, which I would also tie into improve fitness, and then improve diet at 32%, and I would also tie all that in together. You know, lose weight, improve diet, improve fitness, those all kind of tie into each other. Following up on that, because those are kind of the generic ones. Those are the ones that you normally think of when people are like, oh yeah, I'm doing a resolution. And it's like, yep, you're going to start going to the gym, aren't you? Improving one could easily improve other areas. Absolutely. And that's exactly the point I'm trying to make. You know, find out where you really need to do the work, and everything else will come in line for you. And I would say that improving your mental health is a great place to start. You know, what would help you to actually set a good gym routine than if you had better, you know, mental clarity? Or to actually start working on your diet, or to, you know, achieve your fitness goals. Those two can also help each other. You know, working out improves your mental health, and improving your mental health also increases your ability to maintain a workout routine. Coming in at number 6, make more time with loved ones, 25%. 12% of people wanted to stop smoking. 9% wanted to learn a new skill. 7% more hobbies. Improve work-life balance. 7%. Travel more. Meditate regularly. See? We're there. See? It's happening. It's happening. 5%. Mental health is a good idea, but psychologists these days cost £140 an hour in London. Oof! Imagine spending £140 to go see a British psychiatrist and they're like, "Oh yes, it appears you are lacking in vitamin D due to the fact that it rains here 6 months out of the year." Would appear to be a seasonal depression. Well, keep calm and carry on, as they say. One of the things that I find to be funny, which might not be entirely appropriate, I can only imagine how it would be. Could you imagine if you had auditory hallucinations? Could you imagine hearing voices, except those voices are in like a Cockney British accent? Could you imagine having auditory hallucinations, but they're like, "Oi, piss off, you wanker." Could you imagine? That would just be so unserious for me. Oddly enough, a little bit of video games is good for my mental health. Oh, I agree. Games can be good for you. Games can be good for you, but too much of a good thing can also become a detriment. So I think it's just about having that good balance. You what, mate? Oh, look at you. You can't. That's actually, I'm slipping into Australian. Could you imagine having an Australian? Like, "Oh, I can't." I couldn't imagine having auditory hallucinations in an Australian accent. So why do we break resolutions? We've got all these good intentions. Why are... And I think the thing that stops a lot of people from making New Year's resolutions is the recognition that I've not sticked to any of my resolutions. Ever. Most people don't stick to their resolutions. So we just want to stop being fat, broke, and unhappy. Sounds about right. Yeah, but we also want to stop beating ourselves up if we are fat, broke, and unhappy. You can be fat, broke, and happy. Being fat, broke, and happy. If you're familiar with how to set good goals, The reason why most New Year's resolutions end up failing is pretty easy to understand. The reason why most resolutions fail is because we're not setting very good goals for ourselves. We're setting up these drastic, sweeping changes, and the concept of that is actually pretty appealing. You know, the concept of I'm gonna get beach fit, I'm gonna, get shredded, I'm gonna run a marathon. That's an appealing. I'm like, ooh, oh yeah, okay. We want to be in better shape. We want to be mentally healthy. We want to be financially secure. These goals, however, are poorly defined and often involve more work and more change than we might be prepared for. So if we want to set better goals for ourselves, we need to dial it in a little bit. Most people simply aren't ready for the changes that they want to make. All right, I was really on one when I wrote this. I wrote this a year ago, and I'm like, I was... I was not holding back, apparently. It's like, oh yeah, most people just aren't ready for these changes. All right. Pump the brakes, Tiger. There are reasons why we behave the way that we do. Changing our behaviors, even negative ones, can make us feel uncomfortable. All right, so I kind of cooked on that one. I'm also, in doing this, I'm also revisiting something that I put together a year ago. So this is kind of like a little bit of a time capsule for me. And it's also a way for me to reflect on the ways that I have changed over the past year. So this is interesting for me as well. The fact of the matter is that change is uncomfortable, even if it's good change. We would rather just have things stay the same, even if they suck, because change comes with a lot of unknowns, a lot of uncertainty, and we can become very resistant to it, even if it's good for us. How long do resolutions last? On average, about 2 or 3 months. About 44% of all resolutions last about up to the 3-month mark. Very few resolutions, only 1%. Okay, 6% down here at the bottom. I'm still sticking with it. Some people cap. Can you imagine making it 12 months and then capping out? Like, who is this 1% of people who's like, It's like maybe they wanted to diet and then Christmas comes back around and they're like, damn, I'm gonna start eating all of this food. So what ends up happening is people make these lofty goals for themselves at the start of the year, and then they end up burning out after about 2 or 3 months. That's normally what happens. Teaching is also a way to learn. In learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. Shout out to Phil Collins, the Tarzan soundtrack, full of bangers. Let's talk about how to stick with your goals. Let's stick with our goals. If you want a goal to be more achievable, you need to break that goal down into something that is smaller and more manageable. So we're taking a big goal and we're making it into many small goals. By doing this, we are allowing our goals to become more well-defined, and that allows us to track our progress better. So, good goals should be SMART goals, and SMART stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. So the S is for specific. Clearly state your goal. What is your goal? Is it specific? Could it be more specific? You know, if I want to improve my mental health, if that is my goal, that's not very specific. If I want to, you know, work on my social anxiety, for example, that's a more specific goal, but we could even get more specific. I want to reduce the amount of anxiety that I experience in social situations from a 7 to a 4. That is a very specific goal. And that also ties us into the M, which is measurable. We want to ensure that we can measure our success. And that is why I used that example of I want to reduce anxiety from a 7 to a 4, because that gives us measurements. Think about whatever it is that you are trying to achieve and then find a way to measure it. That is what will help you to measure and, you know, recognize the success that you're making. The A stands for attainable. Set goals that you know that you can achieve. Make sure that it's actually attainable. We also want them to be relevant. We want these goals to be relevant to us and the conditions of our life. So maybe it has to do with our relationships, maybe it has to do with us. You know, we want our goals to be relevant to us and our journey. Also, they want to be time-based. If there's no deadline on our goal, then there's not very much pressure to achieve that goal. Setting a deadline can help you to achieve a goal. Treat every day like a new beginning. Looking back at this, I'm like, okay, like, don't have to wait until a specific day of the year to set goals. That's why it rubs me wrong, I think. Well, you also have to take into effect the psychological significance of starting something at the beginning of a cycle. Like, are you telling me that you can leave your crystals out to charge any day of the month, or are you going to leave them out to charge when there's a full moon out? There's a psychological significance of doing a certain thing at a certain time, and it's worth noting, and it's something that shouldn't be understated. Just having, you know, that energy in the air of a lot of people are committed to making changes right now, that could help me be more motivated in making those changes myself. I just find it convenient. There's something psychologically satisfying about starting something or adopting a new goal at the start of a cycle. You know, whether it be the beginning of the year, whether it be on your birthday, or any other, like, notable day. You know, of course, every day is just a day, but there's only one first day of the year. Am I a little quiet? Yeah, I think I turned myself down too much when I was duding with the horn. Let me crank me up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I didn't want to blast your ears out when I was tooting the horn, so I turned myself down. I proceeded to do it anyway. Okay, now I see what I was trying to say here. Treat every day like a new beginning. Part of the psychological significance of doing a New Year's resolution is that it feels like a new beginning. Treat every day like a new beginning. Allow that optimism and those good intentions to continue to motivate you throughout the year, not just on that one day. When your progress is noticeable, when it is measurable, it also helps to increase your motivation. You know, when you start to notice a change in your mood or in your figure or in your skills, whatever it might be. That's why it's really important to pay attention and monitor that progress. And we can do this by setting those smaller goals because this allows for more opportunities to observe that progress that we're making. You can become more observant every time you level up. Journaling and tracking your progress can also be helpful. So this is how to make your goals a little stickier. Make sure they're SMART goals. So, what are some changes that you'd like to make over the next year? And is that goal a SMART goal? So think about what you would like to do over this next year. Let's try to make it specific, measurable, how do we make it specific? How specific can we get? And how can we measure it? If the goal is to find a group of friends outside of work, how can we make that specific and measurable? How would you make a SMART goal for something like getting a new job or finding a relationship? I would make it specific by, identifying whatever it is I'm going to do those things, whether it be, revising my resume, submitting applications, going to places or going to like meetups and trying to interact with more people. Measurable, how many times, how many applications, how many are you going to do every day? Quantify it. What are the first steps in working towards your goal? What are the first steps in working towards your goal? And would it benefit you to break those steps down into smaller, more manageable steps? And lastly, what are some mental or behavioral barriers that you may need to overcome in order to achieve lasting change? These are some hard-hitting questions. That's what I remember now. Whenever I wrote this, I was in my hard-hitting question phase. I have a tentative goal to study and become a certified horticulturalist this July. Very cool. What's the first step in that goal? Just in general here, my recommendation to you is to break your goals down as small as you need them to be. Start studying, not specific enough. What are you going to study? How often are you going to study it? More specific, more measurable. This is how we make our goals smart goals. I'm going to leave this one up for a bit so that you can look at it while I take a quick restroom break. Take this time to think about your goals. Even if you don't like the concept of a New Year's resolution, just think about what goal you're working on right now and try to figure out, where am I in the process of that? What is my next step? Group activity. Group activity. Find your pod partner. I have returned. I actually want to learn to make these PowerPoints so I can make slides for plant IDs. Oh, yeah, I just use Google Docs, it's free. Get all these presentations. Yeah, I like the still picture of me. There's some lore behind it. I made it the day that my stream was lagging, and I found out that if I just did audio only, it was fine. They could still hear me, even though I was dropping frames. So I just put up a still picture of myself and talked. Gotta run. See you later. See you later. Alrighty, we've got some time for some questions. If there are, we're all caught up in the question box. We're all caught up. We've got times for some questions, or if there's anything you all want to talk about. Do you want to talk about your goals? Do we want to do any fine tuning? Let's think about our goals for a second. I'm thinking back to one that Skeenerbug mentioned earlier. Skeenerbug said, can you tune this up? And they said, I want to spend more time with family. Alright, let's tune that up. What are we looking to do with our family? Are we looking to just talk to them more? For some of us, that's what we're looking for. You know, maybe we're just a little out of touch. Maybe we're just a little distant. Maybe for good reasons. But maybe we want to just try to reach out a little bit. Or maybe we already are in contact, we've got a pretty good relationship, we just want to be able to spend more time with them. If we want to change things, we got to understand where things are, and then we want to take a look at where we're trying to get to. Do I need to schedule more time for family time? Do I need to do more planning? Do I need to do more scheduling? Do I need to send invites? Do I need to reach out? Do I need to be more receptive to people who reach out to me? My goals for the year. What is my goal? I've been harping on you all for your goals. You know, if it's any consolation, it can be tough to pick a goal. Maybe you've got a few things that you want to work on. Maybe you feel like certain things are just unattainable or out of your reach. This is why it's good to just keep open with it, you know, keep thinking about it. It's an ongoing thing. Like I said in that presentation, treat every day like a new beginning with that optimism. And so sometimes I think the way that I like to look at it is, what am I going to work on today? Not necessarily what am I going to work on for the rest of the year, but what am I going to work on today? Because, you know, we're advanced beings. You know, we can work on more than one thing at a time. Maybe not necessarily at the same time, but it's nice to alternate. It's nice to take breaks and to switch things up a little bit. So you might actually be working on more than one goal at a time, just not at the same time. So I think the thing that I like to do is just take a look at, what am I going to work on today? I have a sort of idea of where I want to get to. And today is the day that I can start doing something about that. All of my potential lies in this moment. I think my goal is to make my goals more specific. My goals feel kind of ambiguous. I want to go to the gym more. I'd like to go to the gym at least 3 times a week. Maybe 4 times a week. Right now I'm only making it up there about once a week. I go on Monday whenever I take the day off and I go to do all my errands. I go out and I do grocery shopping and stuff. I'll normally stop by the gym when I'm out and about. But I'd like to do it more. Starting tomorrow. A gym partner would help a lot. I need an accountability buddy. That's what I need. I want to accept myself the way I am. Then do it. You know, if you want to accept yourself as you are right now, just say it to yourself. I accept myself as I am in this moment. It might not be where I want to be, but in acknowledging that I am where I am, I know the direction I need to head in to get to where I'm trying to go. Understanding where you are and understanding where you're trying to go are the two essential components of navigating. I feel so disorganized in every aspect. Let me just say that for a person who makes spreadsheets for fun, hearing that from you is almost comical. I also am disorganized though, so I'm not one to talk. I'm not one to judge. I feel like the world will never be entirely understood. There will always be a certain degree of chaos. So, we can't plan for everything. I would just encourage you to have a good set of improv skills. I had these little Christmas candies, but I ate all the good ones. The only one I have left is Mr. Goodbar. Does anybody actually like this candy? I don't know if I've ever met anybody who's like, ooh, Mr. Goodbar. Doesn't sound good. It's not. It's not good. It's like a regular Hershey's chocolate bar with just chunks of peanut in it. You do? Oh, well, we make a good team then. You can have my peanut candy. I'm gonna try and grow herbs outside instead of inside this year. Ah, that sounds fun. Just a reminder for everyone that when you go to the gym, when you're working out, when you're working on yourself, that is meant to be a celebration of what you can do. It is not meant to be punishment for what you are not. I feel like a lot of people go to the gym and they do it to punish themselves for their current state of being. And I think that's just an unhealthy way to go about it. Also, something crazy, I had no caffeine today, yet I have been productive. It's almost as if the caffeine was a placebo.
I think anxiety is giving me extra energy. Anxiety is energy. Once you learn how to harness it, you're unstoppable. Yeah, I do caffeine every day. I don't know if I would enjoy going without it. It's like, no, I don't like to do cardio. I just drink coffee. I just like to sit there and listen to my heart go do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, who needs a treadmill? I'll just drink the bean. I don't drink as much coffee as I used to, granted. Whenever I worked in a mental health office, they had coffee at the office, and I was drinking that all day. You better believe it. I was drinking that all day. And I led recovery groups. Like, if you know anything about recovery groups, you gotta bring them coffee, otherwise they don't show up. I had a Red Bull coffee and 2 Diet Colas yesterday. That's about to be me today, if I'm being real. That's gonna be me today. Zen, how's it going, buddy? Happy New Year. Isn't it wild how that works? Oh yeah, it's also one of the things that they teach in Stoic philosophy. It's like, if you're going to criticize someone else for their actions or their beliefs or what have you, you should first reflect on what it is about you that most resembles that. If we are unwilling to criticize ourselves for something, sometimes we cope with that by criticizing others for doing that same exact thing. Like, if we worry that we're lazy, we will often go out and criticize other people for being lazy. I do that criticizing, I want to stop it. It's all about catching yourself in the moment. The phrase I used earlier was catching yourself with your hand in the cookie jar. You catch yourself in the moment and you say, time to do the other thing. Happy New Year. Just have to be mindful and catch myself being judgy. That's true. But also, what's really important is to show yourself compassion when you catch yourselves in those moments. Because if we are trying not to be so critical and we catch ourselves doing it, what we should not do is, why did I do that? Oh, I'm such a piece of shit. I'm such an awful person. Why did I do this? Why am I not,
You don't need to do that. Catch yourself doing it. Be like, I think I'm being a little bit judgmental right now. What should I do instead? You know, try to look at it more productively. Try to do it with some compassion. Because what prohibits a lot of people from being more self-aware is the level of judgment that they impose upon themselves when they catch themselves doing something that they feel that they should not be doing. Also, like 15 said, celebrating that self-awareness. Like, well, at least I'm aware of it. At least I know that it's going on. I can't fix a problem that I don't recognize. I have to know that it's there in order to fix it. Self-compassion. That's a great one. I think that's part of my New Year's resolution. To free myself of self-doubt. I've been working on my self-compassion for like 2 years. Let it be a lifelong project. You know, you don't ever have to be done. You can continue to get better at it. It's like playing an instrument. It's like playing an instrument. If you're learning how to play the violin and you're like, well, I've learned how to play every song on the violin. I guess I never, I'm done with violin. It's like, no, you can continue to grow and improve and create new things. There's no level cap. I meant to bonk the microphone. Oops. Got a real life bonking stick. I can give you a real bonk today. Alright, quick, somebody say sorry. First bonk of the new year. Do I eat this candy? Mr. Goodbar. Tano Tuba said it was good, and Tano Tuba is incredibly based. Oh, you thought that was underwhelming? Just wait. I've got more party poppers. Earlier I was listening to you talk about Skeenerbug and their resolution. I was thinking they're always so wise. Oh yeah, Skeenerbug's a real OG.
Happy New Year. I kind of love that like gunpowder smell. These little fireworks, they make this little like gunpowder smell. I kind of love it. Kinda love it. Well, well. Now that's a cute dog. Did the Kamala guy come back? No, not yet. They always come back, though. What I've noticed with a lot of these trolls is like they'll come in here and they'll just see that I'm completely unbothered by them, and so they get frustrated and then they give up. But they always come back because there's this lingering feeling that I beat them, that I won. They didn't get what they were trying to get out of me. And that's unsettling to them because the way that a lot of these trolls find a feeling of self-actualization is by upsetting people. The way that they feel alive, the way that they feel recognized, is by being contrarian, by being argumentative. Like most of the time they're just angry about something. As Freudian as it might seem, a lot of people who are mad at me are actually just mad at their dad, but they don't want to go and say mean things to their dad because they're afraid of him. And so they do it behind the safety of a computer keyboard, and they go and they harass random people online because they've got daddy issues.
Oh. Ha 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 ha. That guy actually got banned. That guy actually got banned. I was looking because he followed me a few hours ago and it says, oh, I can't actually do anything. Account suspended or deactivated. I didn't even report him or anything. This guy went and got himself banned. I'm like, ha 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 ha. Ah. What a loser. I mean, just think about it for a minute. Just imagine how like I feel really bad for this guy because imagine how bad of a spot you have to be in. Just how completely miserable and unfulfilled and unhappy you have to be to go and troll a mental health stream talking about how happy you're going to be to see immigrants getting deported. Like, I think you've got bigger fish to fry, bud. I think you've got more things you could be doing with your life. I feel really bad for those people. They've just got such a sick and twisted worldview, and the only way that they find a sense of gratification is feeling superior to somebody else. It's just a very sad, miserable, lonely way to live. You know, the bigots, the racists, the homophobes, they aren't doing well mentally. Oh, I joined to post my dog. Oh, look at that dog. Now that's a good dog. Kind of disturbing they would look at a tragic event and think it's a win. Yeah, and it just makes you wonder. It's like, I feel bad for them, and you try to be empathetic, and you try to think about all the times that they were probably just made to feel scared and frightened and alone when they were young, and how it's just left them, like, really challenged as an adult. They struggle to make meaningful connections with people. They focus primarily on division and hate. And I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. Even though they're completely reprehensible and they engage in this disgusting behavior, just completely inexcusable, I can't help but feel sorry for them. They could have a better life. They could have happiness if they actually were accountable to the ways that they are perpetuating their own misery. So yeah, I feel bad for those people. You know, and I try to be kind. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt when I can. But thank you for joining to post that dog. It's a good dog. Also, Cutie Cheeks' dog is stunning as usual. Did you look at this one? This is Smokeahannes' dog. Look at this little dog. I'm feeling very judged right now in this look. I feel like he's judging me. And then we got this cross-eyed cat that keeps popping. We got the cross-eyed cat. He's so cute. Oh.
Isn't he so cute? Silly cat. He thinks he's groceries. Adopting him was the single best decision of my life. Oh yeah, he's so funny. He's so cute. We love cats, don't we? It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock already. I've been kind of productive today. I have been meaning to, clean out the fridge. I cleaned out the fridge. I got these deli containers. I just had some stuff and I'm like, okay, get rid of this old soup. Got my fridge tidied up, cleaned up the kitchen, did the dishes. It's gonna be a year, all right? Now remember, the world, politics, things might not be ideal. That doesn't mean that you need to stop growing. That doesn't mean that you can't have a good year. You can't make progress on your goals. It doesn't mean that happiness and joy are unattainable. Put all our Christmas stuff away. I'm getting ready to do that soon. I'm probably gonna do that today or tomorrow. Put the Christmas stuff away. You gotta rest today? It's a holiday. It's meant to be restful. Unless you're like me and you want to be productive. You can frame it either way. Casey's at the store right now? She's at the store right now. Oh. I guess she's figuring out what to make for dinner. I don't know what she's planning on getting. Hold on, I'm gonna ask her, what are we making?
What do we get? chicken. Let's do like an air fryer chicken tender or something.
Oh, like a baked chicken? Okay.
Yeah, let's do an air fryer chicken tender. God. It's crazy how expensive chicken even is. Almost $5 a pound for chicken is fucking stupid. Let's do this one. Mayo. I think I have some mayo at home already. Yeah, I'll try the mayo. Okay, and then for sides. I have like some kale at home that I wanted to roast. Like just do some roasted kale.
Is that Hy-Vee?
And
Hy-Vee has
what
expensive
else?
meat.
What else? Let's do roast, like, we'll do chicken tenders, air fryer chicken tenders.
She's ignoring me. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I just want to make sure she doesn't buy anything we already have.
Caturland a sub. Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Caturland.
I think she's ignoring me on purpose.
Chicken tenders, kale chips. Chicken tenders, roasted kale, and let's do chicken tenders, roasted kale. Ooh, do we do mashed potatoes? Yeah, I think all I really need is this. Mashed potato, chicken tenders, roasted kale, and then we'll do some mashed potatoes. Yeah, I think all I
Auto-modded the
really
word
need is
mayo.
to
It
restart
Twitch.
Reddit.
It auto-modded the word
Is there
mayo.
anything else while I'm here? Hold on.
Like, no, we can't say the word mayo. That's anti-white racism.
Why are they playing this shit here?
The fuck just called mashed potatoes bland? Yeah, if you're making mashed potatoes and they're bland, that's on you. That's a skill issue.
This is so triggering for me being in here. Yes, I have mayonnaise and panko. I'm pretty positive. Hold on, let's go and look in the health food section.
Live in a diverse neighborhood and we get followed by police in Hy-Vee because my husband isn't white, so we quit going there.
This is the healthy.
Welcome to America.
plant-based.
Like, meanwhile, I just get to
Like,
steal things with impunity because I'm white. Now, how is that fair?
Patties, for instance. How many calories? 170.
I get to go to a store and just steal whatever I want and nobody bats an eye. How is that fair? Uh-oh. We're blocked in. That's the health food section. It's where they sell all the... Uh-oh. You're stuck.
Not the ice cream aisle. Okay, honestly, we better go. There's nothing else I really need. See, like me being like, oh my god, I need to get something else. I can't get just this. It's me obsessing over food and being like, oh my god, I need more. But really, I just need this chicken. I have the rest of the stuff I need at home. This is all I need.
I guess I know what we're making for dinner tonight. Are the farts loud in public? They're audible. The thing about it, though, is that most people just ignore them. Most people just pretend they can't hear them. That's the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing about being an IRL streamer, especially in the Midwest, is people just try to pretend you're not there.
Don't try to get my information.
Select payment type. Use pin pad to
What do you need
complete
that plastic
transaction.
bag for? For carrying the item home.
Thank you for shopping at Hy-Vee.
I spotted the Californian. We spotted the Californian. Like, oh, you're taking a bag from the store, huh? And you don't even have to pay 10 cents for it? No. No, actually, we don't. Actually, in the Midwest, you can take as many plastic bags as you want. I save all my plastic bags. I reuse them. I will use them for when I clean out the cat boxes. I'll use them to pick up after the dogs. You know,
I should stop at the weed store. Just kidding.
In New Jersey, they banned plastic
what
and
if?
paper bags. How the fuck do you carry your groceries home?
No, I'm just kidding.
Like, no, you need plastic bags that just have more plastic in them. They're reusable bags until they're no longer usable, until they get a tear or you have to like throw it away or something, and that way it's still plastic. You're just getting more life out of it. Yeah, those little mini plastic bags you get at the trash can, like those make great little like trash can liners. You know, you can use them for like,
Let's go to Crumble. Shut
you can use them
up.
for all sorts of stuff. I reuse those plastic bags. I don't just throw them away when I'm done. I have a bag full of bags that I keep in my cleaning closet.
Someone give 10 subs so we can go to the weed
I take a
store.
reusable
No, good
bag to the
point.
store
10
mostly
subs
because you
and I'll
kind of
go
need
get
one
weed
at
right
Aldi.
now.
Oh, I'm a Aldi box master. Every time I go to Aldi, I put my stuff in boxes. Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs?
Anonymous, thank you for those 5
Maybe we are
gifted
Witchers. Who cares? Don't
subs.
call
And
me
then
that.
Valorant gifted me a sub on top of it.
Okay, Prodigal, that's one. Just
Prodigal
9 more.
23 resubscribed for 39 months. Looky, 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 it's Crumble Cookie. Crumble Cookie for life. Crumble Cookie.
You know, we're at 309 right now. If we hit 310, I'll pop this party popper. If we hit 310, I'll pop the party popper.
In my case.
Infinite Sean just gifted Rhino 3DA sub.
Infinite
Sean
Sean, only
gifted a
8
tier
more.
We get 310, we're at 309. I'll pop it. Anonymous, you did it! You did it, Joe. Did I get you with that? Did I get you with that? Oh yeah, it's all in your hair. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for those gifted subs. Today is the last day that they'll be doing that promo where you can get bonus gifted subs, or I think there might also be a discount on subs right now. I think there's a discount on subs right now, but I think that ends today. Yeah, it ends today. Well, it ends at midnight tonight, so you've only got a few hours. So 30% off on new subs. If you're not subbed, you know, 30% off. I think you get 25% off if you are already subscribed. So hey, you know, last chance for a discount. Alrighty, everybody. I'm gonna raid Casey. She's on her way home, and I'm gonna help her make dinner. I think we're gonna make dinner together. So I'm gonna go get stuff prepped. We're gonna do some roasted kale. We're gonna do. Oh, she's going to the dispensary. Okay. She's going to the dispensary. She's gonna pick up some. Nice. Nice. All right, well, I'm gonna raid Casey. We're gonna make some dinner here together soon. Life is easy when Sugar Mommy takes care of things. See, I also take care of things. Like, I'm not a lazy house husband. I do the cooking, I do cleaning, I do laundry, I go grocery shopping, I lift heavy stuff, I take the trash out. It's a nice balance. It's a nice balance. All right, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. Well, if you're gonna hang out and watch on Casey's stream, we might be making some dinner together. So I will see you all later. Have a happy new year.
Take good care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time.
Alrighty. Bye, everybody. Happy New Year.